I'd like to call to order, please, the Board of Education meeting for Saline area schools on July 12th, 2022 at 6:31 p.m. If everyone could please rise for our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Happy summer, everybody. Now is our first opportunity for public comment. A member of the public may address the board briefly for up to 3 minutes or request to be scheduled on the agenda of a future meeting. Please note that students will be given priority to speak on any topic. The first public participation portion of the meeting will be limited to 1/2 hour, 30 minutes, and limited to agenda items. A second public participation portion will be offered at the end of the agenda to allow for any other comment. The presiding officer is guided by the rules set forth in PO 167.3, which has been reprinted on the public comment form collected this evening. Individuals addressing the board should take into consideration rules of common courtesy. The public participation portion of the meeting cannot be used to make personal attacks against a board member, district employee, or student. Seeing no student public comment forms, we will go to parent, Tiffany Alexander from SPAR. And Tiffany, I know you know this, but Secretary Jones has our cards for our 3 minutes. All right. Whenever you're ready, just toggle the mic on.
Okay, am I on? Yep, there I am. So, hi, I'm Tiffany, as everybody knows. I'm here speaking on behalf of SPAR, that's Saline Parents Against Racism, for anybody who doesn't know that. Just very quickly, we're really glad to see this information being presented today by Superintendent Latch and Shannon Washington. This is much needed validation for multiple communities, people of color, the LGBTQIA community, special needs families, other marginalized groups who have been screaming this information for several years. And while the school has offered validation and some action steps, at large, we're often invalidated, told that we're exaggerating. These things are isolated incidents. That does a lot of damage. So this is an opportunity for the community to hear what we have known for a very long time. So we're really happy to see that. What we're hoping for is that this is followed up with some serious action steps, including a much stronger hate speech policy, something that enumerates what's going to happen if and when, and something that is required to be enforced across the board. While so many people don't believe these things are happening, we know that they are. In the meantime, the N-word is basically a daily occurrence in the middle school. We had a Jewish student who was exposed to jokes about the Holocaust. And I spoke to a member of the special needs community today who was very upset that there was a listening session for special needs parents, but they didn't even know about it until after it occurred. So there's better communication that can happen. There are other action steps that can happen. And if we can get away from having to argue that these things are happening, it may be easier for everybody to collaborate and get together. So thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your feedback, Tiffany. Moving on to the agenda, revisions or approval of the agenda items may be added or deleted from the meeting agenda, and or the order of items may be changed at the request of an individual board member or the superintendent. The agendas must be approved before proceeding further. I'd like to please entertain a motion to approve the agenda as revised. Moving number 13, the order of our closed session, I would like to move item 2 forward. So Superintendent Latch's quarterly evaluation goes first, per request.
I would. You want a motion for that, or you are making the motion?
I'll let you make the motion.
Okay. I actually was going to ask about that too. So
okay.
I would like to see that go first too. So I'd like to make a motion to switch the order of the closed session.
All right, thank you, Jenny.
Support.
Michael, thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 7-0. Scheduled reports, Superintendent Equity Listening Sessions, Dr. Latch.
Okay, well, we're getting a presentation ready to go here. I'd like to make a couple announcements, and one, as many of you now know, Shannon Washington has been appointed the Director of Culturally Responsive Instruction, Equity, Inclusion, and we're very excited for that. Unfortunately, tonight she had a death in the family, and that she is needing to attend to her family this evening, so she's not here to present on this session with me together. Kara Davis is going to fill in as part of the teaching and learning team, but I just want to assure everybody that Shannon's actively involved in the process of gathering information in these superintendent listening sessions, and I'll mention her throughout. The other people I want to introduce tonight and say thank you for attending is some representatives from the City of Saline and the DEI Committee, and Mayor Marl and Grace Wu. They are helping to be a bridge together with our district and our own DEI Advisory Committee to make sure that the moves we're making as a school district are in conjunction with some of the moves that the City of Saline wants to make, because we know that this work has to go hand in hand, and we want to make sure that we're partners in this work moving forward. So with that said, we'll go ahead and get started. We can go to the first slide. So we'll start just talking about that partnership between the City of Saline DEI Committee and our district and our DEI Advisory Committee. So over on the left-hand side, we're talking about a few highlights of many of sort of the City of Saline's DEI Committee. Is that the task force started in September of 2020, became a committee in September of 2021, and then have been meeting monthly. The website, social media presence, to make sure that they are communicating the work that they're doing. But one of the things that they're finding that is consistent with what we're finding is that a survey that they did, the City of Saline did, with roughly 400 participants, did show that almost 36% of the people responding in that survey did report on a form of discrimination or harassment that they have experienced. So I think that's important because that does tie into some of our findings in the school district as well. So as in conjunction, City of Saline, the school district, here's some things that we are committed to moving forward. A few bullet points around continuing to support training and education around this work. We talk a lot about the importance of professional development and making certain that we are all being educated. You know, certainly myself included, I have so much to learn as superintendent around this work, so we all can work together on that professional development piece and education part. Secondly, continuing efforts to diversify the City of Saline itself and the school district, meaning City of Saline is one entity, but we also have Pittsfield Township, York Township, and that we want to make sure that we are a welcoming environment and continue to look to ways to diversify. The third, which is a very important point, is promoting civil engagement. We're talking more about the importance of the bridge to civility, which I'll get into in depth in the presentation. But the focus moving forward this school year certainly needs to be about unity and developing common ground. We need to make sure that we're doing this work together and that we truly are being inclusive of everyone in the district. And that'll be stressed over and over. Okay, next slide. So the context of these listening sessions. So who was involved? Well, Saline families who've experienced harm due to bias, discrimination, micro or macroaggressions, and I, as the superintendent, needed to learn more. So, there was invitations sent out using our Power School database system to invite various groups of people. Also in response to a survey that we sent out of who would like to be involved in some listening sessions. And the why is to provide a safe space for the school district and their families to share stories and experiences, to examine the extent of how is this being institutionalized, and primarily to listen, for me to listen. So how we did this was we received email invitations out in K-12 Insight survey inviting both participation and feedback. So this was sent to the entire district, and it allowed for feedback electronically if people wanted to send it that way, but there was also a question that asked if anybody wanted to be included in a listening session. They were given that opportunity to let us know that information as well. And as a result, invited people to participate that way. So we did this in the high school and middle school media centers, and some people were able to Zoom in if they weren't able to participate that way. And we tried to make these accommodating listening sessions by providing food. At the EL, with the EL group in particular, we had translation services available and some childcare when needed. I think that's an important point, that when we reach out to families and want to seek input and want them to attend events, we need to make sure that we're providing accommodations so that they can do so. Because that's another an important equity move, that if we're asking for feedback, we need to make sure that we're providing spaces that actually allow that. In terms of documentation, this is where Shannon played a really big part, in that she was the recorder, both taking in the information from the survey itself and also the notes that were developed from the sessions that we held. And what she did an excellent job of, she created and developed the themes that were being said, that were being talked about throughout the evening. So, before we begin, some of the content that you're going to see here may cause discomfort. And because what you're going to hear is the true the accounts that people are sharing. It's not Shannon saying this, it's not me saying this, it's the accounts that were given in the listening sessions. And Shannon made sure to take all identifying information off. Like there won't be any ability to identify who this would be that was saying this or about who. It's just important that we're listening intentionally, observing and reflecting, because this is the stories being told by people in the district largely about their students' experience. So we need to keep that in context when we go through this. Okay, so we'll go to the next slide. And these are a little bit harder to read because we tried to make sure we were giving the specific account. So I'm going to step aside so I can get a little closer to you, but I'll talk loud. So we have, these were 3 different groups that we had, 3 different listening sessions. One with Black African American, with if students were being identified in Power School that way. And the invites went out to those parent and guardian groups. Same thing with Asian Pacific Islander, and then we also had a group with Latinx, Native American, Native Hawaiian, that in Power School we sent out invitations to those groups of students, parents, and guardians. So that's how that came about. So I'm going to go through all these because I do know it's difficult to read, and I will just read them. I know people that are looking at up front can read, but I'm going to go through them all so that people can reflect. So with our Black African American group, the N-word is used by white children at or around Black African American children beginning as early as upper elementary school. We didn't receive reports that they were hearing that in the K-3 buildings, but as students were entering Heritage, this started to become an occurrence that families have reported.
Hey, Steve, I'm really sorry to interrupt you with this important content, but I want to make sure that anybody who's watching at home can hear you as well. Jenny, would you mind putting your mic on and kind of putting it over in your...
What if I just...
Oh, okay, perfect. I just didn't want anyone that might be listening at home to miss the content.
That's a good point. Okay. I'll take it away this way. Thank you. So the second thing is that middle school children face both the use of the N-word and a variety of racial microaggressions, including games like Slave. That's been reported to happen in the hallways, and we have heard that a few different times. Third, parents are concerned about bias against students that will manifest as both a lack of fair discipline and over-discipline. And what that means is sometimes they've seen over-discipline to the students that cause harm, and as a result, it seems to create a potentially more damaging relationship with both of the students that were involved. That's been reported. Next, some parents are considering different districts as a result of some of these things that have developed in the schools. Next, parents express praise and satisfaction more so at the lower levels and greater fear as students get into the higher grade levels, primarily heritage and beyond. And then the next one is colorism within the Black African American community plays a role. Colorism meaning the shades of skin color seem to be playing a role within the context of the school district and the community. And then finally, just concern about student safety. So those were the themes that Shannon organized amongst the many comments coming from this focus group and from the survey itself. Next, we look at Asian Pacific Islander, and here were the general themes and reports and concerns brought up. Wanting more white allies to speak up and stand with them, want supportive systems in place for parents and students to be empowered to speak up, want parents of younger children haven't had issues but are concerned about higher grade levels, a theme that was also expressed in the previous listening session. Students using coping strategies such as trying to fit in, avoidance, not engaging. In other words, recognizing that it's better to remain quiet or figure out ways to not potentially bring attention to their Asian or Pacific Islander identity. It was pointed out that Science Olympiad was a organization, after school club, that felt like a very safe space that a lot of students in this focus group were participating in and felt really good about that to be able to be part of that group. And then also this comment about intersectionality of racial and ethnic identity and ability. And the theme that they have seen improvements over the past 20 years, at least the families that were reporting in this group have made comments about that. Then if we move on to out of range, Native American, Hawaiian group, here were some comments that had some themes that we definitely want to be looking at. That teacher comments, attitudes, responses have been the source of some harm related to immigration status. That was what reported from at least one of the parents in the focus group. And that children aren't always protected in this way, and sometimes it's certainly not always intentional. It's just not realizing that is causing harm. The second point, microaggressions revolve around nation of origin related questions sometimes. Parents have also not always shared what has happened, and kids not always shared with their parents. So that's that sort of theme of sometimes students don't want to share what's happening with their parents because they don't necessarily want the parents to go up and talk to either school administration or teachers out of concern of, what might happen. Some parents don't know where to report issues with teachers. It's this who is the safe person to report this to. And then some principals have responded to their satisfaction while others have not in this group. And finally, some parents have experienced exclusion from parent groups. That meant that they were trying to participate in parent groups like a PTA and felt like they weren't being included. It was a parent-specific, an adult-specific issue that was brought up. Okay, so if we can go to the next slide. We had two other focus listening sessions, and I'm going to start with the religion group. We had this was at the middle school media center, and here were some general themes within the religion listening session group. That students don't feel safe in their beliefs and are fearful of expressing or identifying as who they are belief-wise, and when asked to elaborate, things like sharing in class, speaking and writing about that. Not necessarily about, being targeted in class because they were religious by a teacher or anything like that, but more that they weren't able to contribute something important to them in when they're sharing because they didn't always feel that they would be included and or at sometimes feeling ostracized. Next, teachers haven't always welcomed students dissenting, differing religious/conservative viewpoints in school discussions and writing projects. Things like that are going to play into bridge disability piece that we're going to talk about later. Next, feeling that diversity, equity, and inclusion is more divisive than uniting. And that's a theme that we need to work on. I mean, if we're going to do this work together, we need the entire community to feel that we can do this together and that it actually is being inclusive of all our students. And that's going to be an important point that we need to bring forward. This is more related to if parents feel that they wanted their children to opt out of a specific activity, that the option or the way in which that was happening felt punitive. Now, in sex education, in that program, we've always had a specific opt-out policy that allows for parents to opt out of any, or parents or guardians to opt out of any lesson. But this goes further than that, that sometimes parents want to opt out of an activity in the general ed curriculum beyond sex education curriculum and have felt that some of those options have felt punitive. A lot of as a result of not participating. The next part is children being forced to declare pronouns or change religiously identified clothing. Those were some examples that were brought up on multiple occasions. More the pronouns part was brought up multiple times. And then next was students would not participate in or support religious or conservative affinity groups for fear of social isolation. And I asked about this, and the elaboration here was, yes, they allowed, if they did that or wanted to create an after-school group, that they would be concerned about how that would be received by others that would find out about that. Okay. I know. On and off. Sometimes that works. Oh, well, maybe it did there. Okay, so now we're moving on to the next listening session group, and this was done jointly, that there was a group focused on gender, LGBTQ+, and ability. So that group was a together group. Okay, so here's what we learned here. Parents of differently abled children have to do an enormous amount of advocating. That's primarily referring to those parents who have students on IEPs feel like they have to advocate a lot for their students. Then we have parents of differently abled children, often poorly communicated with, and expend a lot of emotional energy. That was another report. And again, this is I do want to preface this, that these are the people that were participating that were saying this, either in the survey or in this group. Systemic change, now we're LGBTQ part. Systemic change hasn't benefited LGBTQ+ youth and children who've already suffered, and some have left the school district. Next, fear of spaces is prevalent, like what's going to happen in hallways, bathrooms, locker rooms, change rooms, some concern over that. Students are heckled, trolled, taunted, and invasively questioned. Some teachers and administrations are supportive, but that also meant that they didn't always feel that that was the case for all teachers and administrators. Student fatigue and reporting if the behaviors don't change. That's the going to the administrator or teacher and reporting that something's happening, and then feeling like that same thing might happen again and or down the road. These brands of identity harassment have been life-threatening for some students. Some taunting with a religious overtone has been reported. There's a disconnect between what is reported to building level administrators and district level administrators. And this idea of lasting pain and disconnect from the SES community for students when they leave, that they either don't feel welcome to come back and or are choosing not to. Okay, so if we go to the next slide, these are some of the general survey comments. So Shannon captured the specifics throughout the groups, throughout those 5 listening sessions, and then also has some general survey comments to report. First one is children of mixed race and adoptive families experience repeated invasive questions, assumptions, some bullying, and ostracization. Both religious and distinctly non-religious students have been harassed, discriminated against, and marginalized for this identity in various arenas within the system. Some beliefs that DEI-related work is divisive, exclusionary of white families, and not related to academic achievement has been reported. Beliefs that SES has not done enough in DEI to improve SES's reputation and provide safety for students with minority identities. Some students have only witnessed social identity harassment and it has caused harm to them. Indigenous families express concern over celebrations of colonialism and the portrayal of Indigenous peoples. Students experience socioeconomic and body type discrimination. District-wide language doesn't always include diverse family structures. And students have been physically or verbally attacked for being from different countries or speaking first languages on the playground or on the bus. Again, general survey comments that we received. And I will say we didn't receive a ton of comments this way, in between 100 and 125. So this is not a really large sample size, but it still reports from the people that received the survey, and it is consistent with what we were specifically learning in the 5 listening sessions when people were in front of myself and Shannon. Okay, so if we move on to the next slide, we want to talk about what we've been working on as a district, and Kara is going to talk about the next 2 slides because a lot of this is focused on the teaching and learning team.
Thanks, Steve. So across the last year and even before, as you know, we've been working on culturally responsive instruction and some of our DEI practices. We've elevated the consultancy position that Shannon Washington was in to a director of culturally responsive instruction, equity, and inclusion beginning this year. And that position will be in the admin position and will be working very closely with us, as Shannon has been across this past year, to continue to help us move forward. And then the focus on all students feeling part of the curriculum. So really focusing in these first moves forward around windows and mirrors. We've talked about that a lot. Are students represented well? Are we using language that is appropriate for all identity groups? Are our spaces feeling inclusive to all students? We're also working and have been working on policies and practices. So in thinking about operationalizing our mission, vision, as well as our policy, talking about what are the actual explicit moves that need to be made. So one example would be the installation of gender-neutral bathrooms at the high school and improving our processes in order to allow students to have some of the flexibility needed in order to use those spaces that have been made available. And then, of course, looking at some of our other practices, so our peaceful protest practices, our hate speech guidelines, and revising our handbook so that all of those align and that the language from policy to handbook to actual practice is all the same and really known. And I'll reference this back when we talk about what's coming up in the future. We also have, of course, a very strong DEIAC group and building equity teams that have been in practice for a few years. And the partnership with the DEI advisory, that partnership together has been really productive, beneficial to our staff, which in hopes is, of course, beneficial to our students, in order to provide resources for our staff on the ground, continue to provide increased education in a lot of our diversity, equity, and inclusion topic areas, as well as to provide a lot of resources for staff to use within their classroom and their student groups. And then ongoing training and education. So our previous professional development cycles, actually even before 21-22, through this year, and then ongoing, you'll see it today in my next presentation, are anchored in culturally responsive instruction. And we're really cognizant of the need to carry that work forward because we still have capacity and competency building to do with our staff. And then we have been very intentional about making sure that our staff has had access to training, whether it be the WISD Social Justice Series or local training that we provided here, or other book clubs and book studies offered by the WISD. And we've done that by offering time, by promoting those opportunities, and by providing funding if it requires any resources that are financial. Next slide, please. So from here, we have found that we do need to continue to clarify our mission and vision as related to the diversity, equity, and inclusion work. Being more explicit about the language around that, making sure our teachers and our broader staff know what that language is, and so that our whole community is behind this. As Steve said, this is a group effort, and it's really important that all stakeholders understand the direction that Saline Area Schools is going and the why. Our focus on student safety, both psychological and physical, and the safety, teaching, and learning, because safety, teaching, and learning are irrefutably linked. Knowing that this is a system-wide effort, so we have been really thoughtful about thinking through our onboarding and orientation processes, especially in light of the increased turnover rate with teachers. So we do know that as every time we hire a new staff member, we have to have a process in place to make sure that they understand our mission and vision, and that if we have already said it in August and they join us in September, that we need to make sure that we circle back and provide the supports needed. And we're looking at what that support system looks like to onboard teachers as quickly as possible with the must-have information to provide safe and supportive spaces for our students. And then working towards civility. So as Steve mentioned, as part of his goals, really working to widely distribute the bridge to civility so that we can not only engage in the classrooms, but also in public meetings and with the wider community conversations that we're having to continue to grow from where we currently are. Anna?
I'm going to jump back to the side here, the small print, but this is an important part. So I actually want to jump back to when the Saline Bridge to Civility was created and provide a little more context. So several years back, we did seek out a process that would help us have better conversations around all of this work. And that was Ellington, Connecticut. They are a district that, when we spoke to their superintendent back several years, they were describing similar things. You know, we're trying to bring the community together around important issues, some related to race, others just related to tensions in society, and they worked to develop this tool called the Seeds to Civility. So then we asked them about that and said that we want to develop our own. And so in order to do so, what we did is we put together a group that at the time, Superintendent Graded and myself tried to be very reflective and responsive to make sure that the group represented the entire community. In other words, we specifically tried to find some people that had more conservative viewpoints, some that had more liberal viewpoints, and we were also involving local law enforcement, both City of Saline and Pittsfield Township. And together, we put together 9 norms. And then we started to use these norms in Zoom sessions at the onset of the pandemic. And we really haven't pushed it further than that. And now's the time to really get deeper into this, to provide a tool for our students, our teachers, and community members to use when we're having various discussions. And so real quickly, there are these 9 norms looking to find common ground, debating the issue while respecting the person, listen intentionally, that's very important. Sometimes we listen, but we're so quick to want to say our next thought, we're not really being intentional. Next, observe and reflect. What are we seeing? What are we reflecting on our own practices? Assuming good intentions, that's really important. Assuming that all of us in the school district wants what's best for our students. That's important. Allowing for emotion. It's an emotional topic, and to act like it's not isn't based on reality. Finally, the 7th is speak one's truth. And there was some debate about, well, what's your truth is different than my truth. That's right. That my truth, this is how I see it. That should be respected. And then engage directly. If you have an issue with a specific person, for example, and you should engage directly versus we talk a lot about going on social media and things like that, doesn't feel productive. We see a lot of social media chatter back and forth about a variety of issues, and it never seems very productive. Engaging directly is much better practice. And accept lack of closure. This work takes time, it's messy. You don't walk away from the initial conversation with always feeling great about it. But I will give a great example that happened not too long ago in one of our policy meetings. We are talking about controversial issues. We have a policy called controversial issues. And we had probably around 20 participants in the audience at the last meeting and our policy committee. And to me, that felt like a good step towards the bridge to civility. We had people dialoguing from different viewpoints. We're being heard by our policy committee, and I believe we walked out of there feeling like, okay, we understand some next steps to find some common ground with this policy and the direction of it. And it felt like, hey, this is a good example of how we're engaged in practicing those 9 norms with a diverse group in that context. Okay, the next slide is how this all connects to goals that I've set as a superintendent. And we want people to feel and to understand how this work is going to help move us forward in a better, more productive environment. And so first goal for next year is this academic rigor piece. There is no question that the COVID pandemic has been very challenging to navigate for our students. Attendance-wise, we've had a problem. I mean, kids are out a lot more over these last 3 years. So consistency of instruction has been very difficult. And that we need to get into, keeping kids in school on a regular basis, focused on the academic rigor that we know is a part of our, I guess I'd say, bread and butter in the district, because we have very skilled teachers, very supportive parents, and students that are ready to learn. We need to make sure that we are focused in on that and adapting for the various needs. Then we want to be focused on this culture of equity, making sure that we're creating the environment that all of our students feel included. Third is the civility piece, this bridge to civility piece, that we know that schools are a product of some of the things that are taking place in society. How do we bring our district together as we are doing this work? And then finally, improving the future of our district. This talks about improving our buildings and grounds, infrastructure. We're going to hear a little bit about millage proposal this evening. All of those things are goals that I have set forth for next year, and I want to make sure that we understand how this fits into that, which is primarily supporting the academic rigor in our district. Okay, so the next slide is simply moving on to questions, and those can be to Kara or myself.
Thank you both, and our thoughts are with Shannon, of course, and thank you for her work in this. And Grace and Brian, hi. Appreciate the city's collaboration and support. Any questions or comments, Brad?
Yeah, I have 3. So first of all, a comment. I want to thank the people of the work that went into this. This is important work, and it's something that I think that we've established is important to us as a team, and I don't think I'm being too bold in saying that. So I appreciate that. It's important, and it's important work. So is there a plan? So my first question is there a plan to revisit with these groups, engage our progress? That's my first question. Do you want me to give all 3?
I'll do the first one. So that was expressed to me, that we don't want to see listening sessions be a one-time thing only. So yes, I will work towards creating some cadence of being able to get back together with any or all of the 5 groups that we are engaged, because that was expressed to me that people do want the space to talk about this.
Yeah, I think it's important that we follow up. So.
Yep.
And then the second thing is, and I think, Carrie, you touched on this for a second, but in 22-23, we also are developing our professional development model with culturally instructive instruction as part of, or a core tenet of it.
Yes, in the teaching and learning update, you'll see our goals for next year, and you'll see the language really explicitly anchored in culturally responsive instruction.
Okay, and then you touched on new hires. And then the third one is, You know, I noticed that you said that 50% of our staff have participated in social justice training, right? It's a 4-day training session. What do we do to engage the other 50%?
So, in full disclosure, if I had been partnering with Steve and Shannon on this, I probably would have pushed back on that data a little bit, because the updated data for me would speak to a higher rate of training, because we did a full inventory of training for teachers last year as a part of our exit survey. And one of the questions was justice leaders, or this or that, and they were able to articulate that. And then we actually pulled names out of people who had not had any training and invited them to go and prioritize funding in order for them to receive that training. That was last year's teachers and not necessarily this year's teacher. We did not repeat that same end of year exit survey this year. So, but that would be something that we can do into the future. But it was high 90s of our staff that have some exposure to training. And then I would add that with our addition of Shannon's training across early release days this year, and we did a full district training to start the year last year, we are being really intentional about cycling training related to diversity, equity, and inclusion, so that it's not just a one and done. And we're continuing to look at what are our next steps. So as we move forward into our professional learning this year, the plan is a growth model from what we achieved this year. Yeah.
And I'll just add that the way that question, or the way that phrase was worded, is specifically ISD 4-day training. And Kara's point is there's other areas where training is provided where you could say over 90% of the staff have had that. That's a good point.
Yes, I have a few questions. So to begin, you met with specific groups. And I guess my question is, and I don't think you touched on it, but I realize, for example, I'm thinking about the diversity within the groups. So when we talk about religion, I know the word conservative was used a couple of times. I guess I'm asking about diversity in the religion setting, and then also ability was lumped in with gender, LGBTQ+. I don't know if those meetings were held together, or, and then across LGBTQ, was it just parents who, like there's a diversity there as well. So I'm wondering how we can capture that.
Yeah, the way those groups were set up, that's a good point, because in Power School, there's no demographic data for me to have specifically invited LGBTQ or religious. And so the way that played out was we asked in the survey if anybody wanted to be included in another listening session group, and they could select what the topic was about. And then so what I ended up doing in conjunction with Shannon is we put together the religious group by itself because there was a lot of people that wanted to participate. And then the other topics, ability and LGBTQ, there were also enough to form a group. And that's how we did that. We did so it is a little trickier in that for the focus group on Black or African American students, we were simply going into Power School and inviting the families who had students that identify with that, whereas we weren't able to do that for those other groups. So we do need to work on getting the word out that these listening sessions will occur so that more people are able to know that they're happening, I guess I would say.
Yeah, I think that's good to keep in mind that, it's a diverse perspective, right? That may not capture other groups or voices. So that's good. Thank you. So I had a comment about just sticking with your part, the bridge to civility. I've heard a couple times from people in meetings about that. It has been problematic for example, I'm going to give an example. I've heard people talk about speak one's truth, one of the 7, and needing to respect their perspective, or and so I think like it comes up that you can't respect whenever it's something like you're hating someone's child or identity. And so I know some sessions have turned out, I think when it was initially happening, specifically I've heard at least one story where had to do with transgender topic, and it wasn't facilitated well. I'm not saying like who, there was a couple facilitators, but yeah, I think, and for example, I think the sex ed committee, some people were like, oh, well, I don't agree with this point. And so the committee itself was like, okay, we'll change that for our group. So I don't know if there's something around that. I know groups came together to talk about these points and stuff. So I'm just curious.
Yeah. I mean, I think it is a work in process. It's, I guess I would equate it to any time a teacher uses a set of norms or a guideline, they have to practice with the kids and they get better. I would say that's the same thing with our community, that as we're introducing it, there's 2 things. One, we need clarity around what all these 9 norms mean and develop norms around the norms, so to speak. In other words, what does this really mean, so that before we're engaging, we can all understand those. And I think that takes practice and work, that, yep, you're going to have some times where, wow, that feels like a violation of these norms. And then that's where, a skilled teacher or facilitator are going to have to work with students, for example, if they're having a conversation, a group of 4, for example, and they start to see that the students aren't clear on what that norm means, that there would be some intervention and say, oh, that would be where you're not, respecting the person, or debate the issue and respect the person. So I do think it's going to be a work in process, and that there are going to be, I don't want to say missteps, but just areas that we need to get better at along the way.
That's cool, like some talking points and training around that. I
Yeah.
think that would be wonderful. And then I think, let's see, Kara. The section about policies and practices, I know some drafts were sent out, and the policy committee sent a policy as well for the DEIAC to review. And so I'm just wondering, as far as like the operationalization of these and handbook and things like that, I know the DEIAC has helped contribute
Yes,
to
absolutely.
some. And so I'm just wondering like how you make sure that happens, and make sure that the DEIAC as a whole is able to have their input on these very important, that's why they're there, right?
Sure.
And the equity team and stuff like that, so.
Yeah, yes, and I think a number of those documents, actually, the origin was from the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisory Committee, which was wonderful, like raising the need to come and look at more closely the alignment between the documents that are student-facing, that they read, documents that are parent or caregiver facing, and then our policy documents. And there's a lot of language that might not align and or might not represent the way in which our vision and our mission is for Saline area schools. And so we want to make sure that, yes, I will cycle back. So the handbook in particular, I think, was open to the DIAC for comments. There's a note taker on it with a number of members that have put some pieces of information in that. We've got the work group set up, and I could see Shannon, who in her role, one of her job responsibilities as the director now is to be leading the work for the council. And I can see her looking at that 3-year plan like we reviewed in our last meeting, and instituting a cadence of when these documents come up, how do we bring them forward and where do they land on the agenda. So as we continue to look at a lot of these documents and we get really much better at that cadence of bringing, connecting the dots between the administrative work and the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Council and the board, I think it will get stronger and stronger, and we've already seen some benefits from that.
Yeah, for example, the dress code hasn't come to the DEIAC yet.
Sure.
On our policy end. And so, making sure, obviously, I know you're looking at policies and practices and how those actually align. And so I think there's some important ones to make sure that there is input
Yeah,
and
thank you.
sharing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate the work you all are doing.
Thanks.
I just have two questions. One for, actually for the city of Saline. I know they were going to speak a little bit to that first slide. So curious about, now that you've heard from, I don't know why my mic is going in and out. Let me try this one.
It's good from here.
It's fine? Okay. The sound is going in and out for me. Curious if you all, after listening to the feedback that has come from the district, the various groups throughout the district, if there's anything that, comes to mind in terms of responding to this from a community-wide perspective. So I don't know if Grace or Brian Morrow.
Casually.
So, what we really wanted to do out of the survey was to really gauge the climate of the community. And I think DEI, now that we're, we started as a task force, now we're a committee. We've engaged in a number of I would say outreach activities within the last year, and we'll continue to do so for the next year. So some of these have been the DEI coffee hour. So those were sessions with community members having conversations, and those have been done on Zoom. And the City of Saline Welcoming Community Pledge, Pride Flag Raising, Pride in the Park, partnership with our local nonprofit organizations. So, and they could be with, we have plans to work with the library, with small businesses in our community, and also just really educational material and information on our social media. And that's, talking about Juneteenth, Pride, Black History Month, American Indian Day, and just really different religious holidays and BIPOC community members, business highlights, and things like that. And for the remaining of the year, we have outreach at Salty Summer Sounds, Saline Farmers Market. We have a couple of book clubs coming up, or book club meetings coming up, movie discussions, and other training sessions. So, we're a group of volunteers that do this work, and we do what we can to engage the community. And so if there are feedback from the board or other community members, please feel free to contact us. We're happy to engage with people and come up with new ideas to outreach.
Great, thank you.
May I, trustee?
Yes.
Well, good evening. It's odd to be on this side of the dais. Grace's answer was perfect. She outlined what our DEI committee has done and will continue to do. I would add two things to your question, Trustee Jones. Obviously, based on the feedback that was presented this evening and what we've heard over the past several years, it's clear as a community and as a city we have much more to do. Tremendous progress has been made, but much work remains undone. What I would add to the list of items that Ms. Wu just articulated is that for the past 2 years now, the city has hosted mandatory DEI training for staff members, and we've extended invitations to community stakeholders, board and commission members, business leaders, et cetera. That is something that we will continue to do. We will likely use Leonardo Pianza and his team at the MSU Extension. He's been working with municipal clients, I think, for the better part of 25 years. He actually comes from Tecumseh, so a town, a city, very comparable to Saline in many ways. But if there are members of the school district, other community members who would like to attend those sessions, we would welcome that. And we will likely hold another DEI training, if not later this summer, then certainly this fall.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that. And really think it's important, that connection between the city and the school district. So glad you all are here. My other question was back related to the training. I know there have been a couple of questions regarding that, but one of the things that we heard, or I heard in the session that I participated in, was that teachers had a hard time dealing with comments that were made by students that may have been inappropriate, and not necessarily feeling like the teachers had the tools to respond in the moment. So there was a, kind of continuation of the work and not an addressing in front of the whole class, what could have been a great teaching moment. So I'm just curious specifically about support for difficult conversations or facilitating, particularly challenging topics, and making sure that there's support for that, ongoing support for that.
Absolutely. And to tie in Susan's, our trustee Estep's question from earlier, I do want to say that, when we look at specifically at hate speech within the handbook, and then we've got layers to continue to go through, we haven't looked at the whole handbook yet. And so when we think about hate speech or things that come up in the classroom and teachers feel taken aback, one of the ways in which we have addressed this reactively this year is Shannon engaged with staff upon request to actually have direct instruction and educate teachers, for example, on the N-word, some of the history work that she had done with some of our student athletic groups in the fall, and then offered an opportunity in a safe setting to practice conversations around challenging topics in which the staff members were able to and this was in an isolated situation. It was not every single building because it was in response to a situation from earlier this year. But that model is something that we're looking to do proactively. So at our admin workshop in June, she ran that same protocol with our administrators in order to continue to build our competency and our confidence in engaging in hard conversations and responding to concerns or incidents or conversations that go in a direction that feel really harmful. To help our administrators feel more confident in engaging in those in a positive way with all of our stakeholders. And so there's a piece of education, there's a piece of scenario building based upon experiences that we've actually had, and then there's some rehearsal pieces. And I do know that she's planning to integrate that into some of the trainings that she's planning in this upcoming year so that the whole staff has the opportunity to experience that.
That's great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So first, I just want to begin by congratulating Shannon. If I know Shannon, I know she'll watch this later. She'll want to have these questions and this information too. So I want to congratulate Shannon on the move of her position to something more permanent, and what a benefit that will continue to be for years for our district. I also want to extend condolences to her and to her family tonight. I want to thank the city for coming and the DEI work that you're doing. Just some things that came to mind, especially after hearing Secretary Jones. When Shannon did the history of the N-word, she shared some of the information with different groups, and I don't know if it was as a trustee or a parent that I got that information, but I am really curious about that in particular because we continue to hear so much harm. Especially in the data that you shared today, but it seems like from our middle school and high school community groups that just continues to be something, and we keep hearing cries for how can we make this stop. So I'm really curious, and I'm just brainstorming and thinking that potentially joining with the city in making that information more widely spread throughout the community so that it's not just school-based groups that are getting that information, but that it's really important that our community understand the history of that word so that these conversations are happening beyond our school community groups, that they're happening throughout our community. So that was one thing that came to mind in thinking about the work that Grace shared and that Mayor Morrow shared tonight. I also was really struck being on the policy committee. We've been hearing stories, and not stories, but recounting of feelings of students feeling that the opt-out or opt-in can feel very punitive and can feel like even it's putting teachers in a difficult situation. So while I'm disappointed that is a feeling that's permeating many of our groups, I hope that this is something that we are more aware of and that we're working towards solutions for our policies and for administrative guidelines. Building on what Trustee Eastep was saying and also what Secretary Jones was saying, I think for the seeds, I always go back to seeds, Bridge to Civility. I remember when it was brand new and it was seeds, so when we were hearing about it from Ellington. I do think that the idea of having norms is really, really important for us to come together and to work collaboratively in groups. And it is, I think, a positive step for us to be thinking about role play and practice around those norms and examples or non-examples. I also wonder if there might be some way for when someone feels like maybe a norm is needing to be addressed, if there's a safe way to pause, maybe say, can we pause for a moment and talk about this particular norm or something? Is there a way for us in groups to make it safe or feel more safe for us to stop potential harm that might be happening? As Trustee Eastep said, I was in a group one time where it felt like someone was speaking their truth, but it was at the cost of someone else. And so just trying to figure out how we might work on those actionable steps.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to say more about that.
Well, I think it's one of the reasons why I'm so grateful that the board and the district valued the consultancy role so much that we elevated it to a full-time position and made it part of the administrative team. Because we do need the leadership that Shannon offers in this role to help lead the way in this work, because what we're talking about is often in adult circles, right? These are in those adult conversations that we're having with our friends, our colleagues, people on social media, whatever it might be. And we're also talking about how do we bring this to students, and the work is imperative. Right? We want to be a healthy, thriving community with whom we have a diverse set of ideas and thoughts that we can have really robust conversations around without oppressing any identity or group. And as we can see nationally and internationally, that is very tricky. And there's a lot of work to be done. And if we model it here and we model it in our admin meetings and teachers are modeling it in their classrooms and the city is partnered with us, we hope to see an exponential growth as we all do our best to engage civilly with each other, even if topics are hard at times. So what we're hoping is that part of Shannon's role, the Director of Diversity, Equity, I'm still working on it. Diversity, yes, you got it. Culture responsive instruction, equity, and inclusion. I got it now. Is that piece, which it's not all just about teaching, right? So she had her 4-year plan for this year, and she's had some different spaces that she was looking at to examine for us as a district and bring forward some of her findings and then make recommendations, which she has fulfilled. And now we get to actually bring that work to fruition and take that next step. And that's, I think, I'm personally really excited and optimistic about the future.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I think the last piece that I was thinking about is I understand the importance of removing the identifying information from the statements that parents and guardians and family members shared in those sessions. I will say that in this role as a trustee, we hear feedback from community, I'm sure as administrators and city officials that you're hearing feedback to. And there is nothing more heartbreaking than hearing the firsthand recounts of the things that students are facing. So this work is a high priority for me personally, and I think for the rest of the board, that we want to see school and our community to be a safe place for everyone who chooses to be a part of our community. So thank you for the work that you're doing and the work that you're leading, Dr. Latch. And if the board can do anything to continue to support, we're here.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other comments or questions? Yeah, David, go ahead.
Sure. Just kind of to echo what everybody else has been saying, I'm glad to see this work being done. Thank you so much for taking these issues seriously and doing so much work to ask the hard questions. I know that we all know these are not issues that are unique to Saline, but these are things that we can either choose to sweep under the rug or to try to address. And this is a place where we've tried to address those rather than sweeping them under the rug, and that's a great thing. Just a couple of questions. Looking at the general survey comments, I noticed that there were a few groups that people brought up in their comments that we didn't that didn't have listening sessions, like socioeconomic status and body type discrimination. I wonder if those are things that you were contemplating, since there are going to be more rounds of listening sessions in future years, if those are things that you might incorporate.
Yeah, the debate is, do we have sort of a general listening session where anybody can come and share things that maybe aren't addressed in some of the other groups? Because from my perspective, it might be hard to have, 12, 13 different groups. And we got to think more about that because, to your point, Trustee Hayward, we do want to be able to be inclusive of hearing from everyone. So how do we create that space? So I think it's something that I need to think about as what would be the way to reach the other people that have not been included in one of those listening sessions.
Yeah, I think that would be great, and especially going back to commenting on the strengths of what we've done. I was especially happy to see including not just kind of the things that we expect to see in DEI listening sessions, but also incorporating, having the thoughtfulness to incorporate a religion-specific listening session, because we're often hearing how people feel excluded along that line, and even though that's something that's not always incorporated under this framework, I think it's great to see that being taken seriously, and it would be good to reflect more broadly on these other sources of lack of equity. And I think that could going back to another one of the sets of comments to the general survey, we saw kind of two dichotomous things. There are some people who think there's too much DEI work being done in the schools, and another group of people thinking there's not enough being done. But maybe if we can broaden the scope of what we're doing under the rubric of DEI, that can kind of bring more people into the tent and get people to see, oh, this does include me, and people will have more of a sense of buy-in in the whole project. So I think that would be nice. And my other question was, the listening sessions were focused on parents and families. Is there any thought put into it? I know it would be probably a little more difficult, but student listening sessions.
Yeah, I can touch on that. We were potentially wanting students to come if parents and guardians felt like they were able to, and some did, but for the most part, it was adult. So I think the question is, how do we get more specific there? I know that at the high school level, for example, we have had some more informal sessions with leaders of clubs and organizations, student council, where we've asked about, how are we doing to include all our students at the high school level specifically, and we could do more of that to create a more natural environment where students can come down at their lunch, eat lunch with us, and talk through all that.
Yeah, I think those are good ideas.
Yeah, I was going to say there are a number of informal, inconsistent examples of listening sessions with students through a variety of, whether it's in a teacher's classroom who's asking questions, whether it's a principal who's surveying, it's the equity team that's surveying, or we're meeting directly with student groups. I think what we can get better at is having a set cadence similar to what we're trying to do with our district surveys, so that they are expected and, you know, the participation increases, and when they're predictable, more people will come and participate, especially if they can see that we are really using the data to drive improvement.
Cool, thank you.
If I could just add, Ms. Davis, Dr. Lotch, Mayor Morrow, Citizen Wu, I appreciate all of the work all of you are doing. And as I was listening and reading that litany of statements from the parents, it just was so frustrating. It made me think about how easy and casual it is to do harm to other people through our words and actions. And I'm hoping that we can, because I've been listening really closely for the positive signs, and I'm hearing there's some here and there, and I'm really hoping that we can find a way to showcase some of the positive things that are going on in the district, while at the same time not downplaying or seeming to disrespect those other statements of the things that have happened in our schools. So I'm looking forward to any showcases of the positive things that have happened, not only in our schools, but also Mayor Marl and the town as well, city.
Yeah, if I can touch on that quickly, I do feel like we're really moving in a more proactive, positive direction, because I do feel that people are reaching out to me and saying, you know, thank you for, you know, trying to make sure that we are providing unity with the work, because it is important that people feel, as Trustee Hayward said, like, how am I included? How everybody wants to feel part of an organization, a team, whatever it may be, and we as a district need to help bring that together. What are the ways in which we can truly support, you know, all our students, all our community members, even though we know we're going to have disagreements, just like we're seeing in society. But I actually feel like we're moving in that direction, even though we were hearing a lot of harmful examples tonight. But we do want to focus on that unifying, positive energy around the work. We just need to do more to bring people together.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Kara, I don't know if you want to.
Oh,
Yeah.
Go grab
Yeah.
some water.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Are we ready to move to the next presentation?
I think we are, yeah.
Okay. All right, then.
While Kara's getting, I wasn't going to add this, but while Kara's getting her water, I liked that you mentioned onboarding. I see the HR reports and all of our wonderful new staff members getting ready to come in the fall, and I like that was included as part of the presentation. So whenever you are ready.
Thank you. Yes, and Assistant Superintendent Ellis and I have been working really closely with Molly Garcia, Director of Student Services, as well as the teaching and learning team, specifically Jen Nelson and Caroline Stout and Kelly Woodman and Katie O'Keefe, to look at our onboarding process from lots of different angles and really restructuring how the cadence of even new teacher meetings goes. What does that first day look like, so that that fire hose of new information isn't, I mean, it's a lot, and we want you to have all of the key essentials to be successful here and to create safe, really engaging, rigorous spaces for our students. So I'm appreciative of the team that we have. Yeah. All right. So I'm still here. So good evening, everybody. So the teaching and learning update tonight is really focused on an overview of the continuous improvement process at large, as well as it incorporates some highlights from our Saline 21-22 data story and our improvement goals that we have begun to orient for the upcoming years, as well as a sense of a timeline for our continuous improvement process at large. So we will provide another teaching and learning update in September with more information related to our continuous improvement process. So know that this is an overview, because in 2020-21, the state launched a new continuous improvement process called MyKIP. And that was in the middle of a pandemic and a number of challenging years. And so we have, this coming year will be what I would consider our first official launch year, even though the state was supporting all districts and increasing capacity across the last 2 years to understand the different components, as well as to build the capacity to actually implement continuous improvement under the new structure. So I am going to spend some time tonight explaining some of that so that you have the background that you need to articulate that to the community, and that the community who is viewing today on this beautiful summer day has a sense of that too. And these are some components I've already shared with the building admin team, central admin, and then we'll be sharing it out with staff as well. So next slide. So one of the things, to Michael, or to Trustee McVeigh's point, the idea of reflecting on what we have actually accomplished feels really pertinent to me. When I think about standing here last year around this same time, while it seems like 10 years ago, that was a really imperative time for our district and the decisions we were making about our Continue to Learn plan. And at that point in time, we had committed to, and now I can say we achieved, 5 days a week of in-person instruction. Our goal was to create a sense of normalcy to the extent that we could for our students inside of those 5 days a week, while still providing outstanding instructional programming, co-curricular classes, extracurricular activities, and a first-rate athletic program, while keeping students in school. And as we all know, there was a shadowy side to that commitment. We did achieve that. I mean, by and large, we stayed in school, even though we might have had pockets where students had a lack of continuity in instruction because they had to quarantine, they were ill, a staff member was ill, so on and so forth. So if you go to the next slide. Want to acknowledge that amidst those accomplishments, right, there were some incredible challenges that we recognized that 5 day a week instruction, it needed continuous support throughout the year. We recognized that students needed the opportunity to learn how to be students again, to build up the stamina, to understand structures and routines that help them maximize the learning by our excellent teachers are providing. And we also know that we had ongoing absences as a result of illness and our quarantine that impacted the continuity of instruction, and that there's still trauma. And there will be trauma that's ongoing across these, foreseeable future for some students and staff. And we want to be really cognizant of that, as well as we were trying to be last year too. So Steve framed for you his focus areas moving into 22-23, which I think are a great overarching aspiration for us as a district to think about when we start in the fall. And so he's already explained those to you and to the community viewing, so I think we can go on to the next slide, but holding on to the idea that as we think about improvement at a staff level, we'll be zooming in, or sorry to use that phrase, we will be narrowing in on a more specific focus. I'm hoping to do less and less zooming across the coming year. So when we think about continuous improvement, the state launched what's called the Michigan Integrated Continuous Improvement Process. Thankfully, it is a lovely acronym. It's MyKIP, so we can stay with that. I'll be using that phrase for all my presentations moving forward. And that mindset is really about creating sustainable, consistent progress that positively impacts student achievement. If you can go to the next slide. So the then and now of this, if you've been in education for a long time, what it used to be called was school improvement, and it was exactly that. It was very isolated, building level improvement where the teachers within the specific building, along with their building administrators, would elect a goal, monitor that goal, submit the data at the beginning, the middle, and the end. There was usually a flurry in May, and then we move on to the next one, but they weren't necessarily integrated across the buildings and or the district. And so the state recognized the flaw in that plan, and they developed this idea of continuous improvement. And essentially, the continuous improvement now is 2021 and beyond, and it is oriented around a district unifying goal. And the buildings at the building level are essentially working to help the district achieve the goal that has been decided upon, and I'll get more into that in the future. Along with improvements made to the process, the state also recognizes the need to center the whole child versus solely academic achievement. So there's now a really nice balance in both recognizing social emotional needs, psychological needs, physical needs, financial needs, and academic needs as well. Which has been really interesting for us to examine as we look at some of the data points across this year. The other piece that's really important about continuous improvement versus the old school improvement process is that it's really iterative, which means that it's fluid and flexible. We can come back to our goals, we can update them, we can change them. It might take a goal 5 years, it might be 2 years. If we say that it's 5 years, we accomplish it in 2 years, and we can move on to another one. It's not on an annual basis. So that feels like a really good fit for the way that our district operates and the vision that we have for how learning works too. And then the other piece that it has highlighted is the connection of the key organizational components. So when you think about continuous improvement, it used to happen really just at the teacher level, but we know that students are impacted by transportation, by food services, by buildings and grounds, and bringing all of those systems together along with finance to make sure that we can fund our initiatives to actually achieve continuous improvement. All of those now are integrated inside of the MyKIP structure and as well as the platform that the state has provided us. So those are some important shifts between the two. So if you could skip 2 ahead, that outlines some of the things that I just said. One of the questions that MyKIP has really encouraged districts to ask is how can the districts better connect stakeholders to create interdependent and aligned processes and people working toward a common goal to bring about desired results. And it feels like this question for us moves us into an opportunity for me to share how we're thinking about this as a Saline School District. So if you could go to the next slide. So we were well positioned pre-pandemic and pre-MyKIP, so the changes, to thrive in this kind of structure because we already had a growth mindset, continuous improvement orientation in Saline. And so we have some pieces that are already in place that are going to work for us really well as we continue to support students and staff moving forward. One of the things that our continuous improvement calls for is having different teams that work together in order to look at both the big picture, the external picture, the internal picture, the local picture, and all of that. So there's 3 teams that we will be leveraging as a district. There's some MyKIP language in here, and there's some like local Saline language. So MyKIP calls them district continuous improvement teams, and that would be our teaching and learning team. Essentially, this, our team is district level, it's internal, but it's bigger picture. It helps connect, young 5s all the way through 26 and looking at all of our programming and ensuring that the cadence of looking at goals is moving along according to, a timeline that makes sense based upon the goals of the districts and the buildings that are implementing different strategies. There's the building continuous improvement team, which we already had in place as well. It's made up of our school improvement chairs at that building and the teacher leaders and the building administrators. And that team will be looking at their local data. It's more internal, localized to the building itself. And they'll be working on their implementing the strategies that they've selected in order to help reach the overarching district goal. And then we are updating the name. If you were part of the strategic framework goal groups in the past, which was a mouthful, we're going to update that to strategic council. And that is our groups that have worked on the strategic framework goals that we agreed upon in the fall. And that is made up of community members. It's external, it's varied perspectives. It's really healthy for us to bring in, whether they're parents, caregivers, trustees, students we have on those school groups, and that would be our strategic council. And the optimal interaction between these 3 groups, if you could just click once, is to have a cadence of meetings that are collaborative, that are sharing information from building to district to community, from community to district to building, and so on and so forth, so that we're constantly having checks and balances to make sure that we're hearing all of the varied perspectives and moving forward. Next slide, please. So when you think about the timeline of a continuous improvement cycle, I'm summarizing it by quarters. So we're technically in quarter 3 right now, also known as July through September. So we are setting up for success and launching. This would be like the reset. And luckily enough, the launch of the official MyKIP platform and it actually working is in line with us organizing our strategic goals and us needing new building goals as well. So the timing is perfect for us. So we will be clarifying the path for this upcoming year and inspiring teachers. And then it's, we're making a change, like we're moving forwards. Dr. Lotch has articulated his goals for this coming year, and it feels like a really great time. So we did have to do some legwork prior to coming up into this August. So if you go to the next slide, Anna, what I want to make sure that everyone knows is the context behind the work that we had to do. So in fall of 2021, we finalized the strategic, I'm calling them frames versus goals, because there's a number of things that we're calling goals. It's kind of like guidelines and policies. We're trying to organize our language so that everybody knows what we're talking about. And so the strategic frames are our 4 strategic frames that were agreed upon in the fall. We were also taking stock at that time of the status quo and what needed to happen in that year, this past year, to best meet our students' needs, meet them where they're at. And frankly, we learned an awful lot because we had anticipated a number of things, but we hadn't expected necessarily all of the things that arose as challenges. And so we were, spent a lot of time responding to those, identifying the reasons why, and then continuing to bolster our systems that we had in place to more strongly respond to the pandemic version 21-22. And winter of 22, we were building capacity with MyKIP, and what that looked like was me working with central admin, us starting to integrate some professional development for administrators so that their competency and confidence in MyKIP would increase, and then, of course, monitoring the data that we were receiving from the multiple points of feedback, surveys, testing that we were receiving throughout the year. And then this spring, we spent quite a bit of time energizing and visioning around future goals. So thinking about, what is this going to look like now? How can we take where we've been and lift up all of the great things we have accomplished, what we have overcome, and recognize that, yes, there's still more work to do, but we've got this. And what does that look like? Because we still have big hopes and dreams for all of our students. So we did some work with the admin teams, the teacher leaders. We brought together a cohort of up-and-coming leaders to get their input on what we might be thinking about for future years, what they might need, talk to some students, and it was really exciting work, finishing up this June with our admin workshop days to get closer to the goals, and I'll talk a little bit about that more in the next couple of slides. Go to the next one. All this was while I wanted to name this, just because I think it's important, while we were also leveraging existing structures to continually address student needs in the here and now, because we did feel a tension between. But wait, we're still doing this work of the now. We need to meet a lot of student needs here, and we're talking about 22-23, and that was an interesting dynamic, which was very real. And I'm really just grateful for the leadership teams that we have to know that there is a future beyond here that was really important for us to talk about so that we could set up for success in this upcoming year. So this was while these conversations were happening, while we were leveraging our existing structures to meet student needs and be responsive to some of the data that we were seeing as a result of the pandemic. These 2 slides are actually that I lumped together from the literacy report that you saw in March. Next slide, please. So this is not my infographic, but it's MyKIP's infographic. And so it articulates the whole process. So when you think about MyKIP, focused on whole child, whole school, whole community, anchored in your district's vision, beliefs, and mission, while also providing a process that really makes a lot of sense, where it's showing this reiterative assess, plan, implement, monitor, and evaluate. So we're going to dig into that a little bit more, because as a Saline School District, if you hit, will you forward one for me, and then again and again. Thank you. So Saline is currently in the assess needs, and then one more click, and the planning process. So we've spent some time examining our data story and doing some thinking work, and like I said, working with our teacher leaders and gathering up information to make decisions about what our district needs right here and right now to be our best for the upcoming years. And click on the next slide. So when we think about a data story, when we think about assessing needs, we really had to do some work around what are all the data points that we can gather when we think about whole child. So Our general areas of inquiry to assess needs have to do when we think about academic success indicators or behavioral and social emotional success indicators. Academic, we tend to use our benchmark assessment system called Acadience, Fontes and Pinnell, which I narrowed down to F&P there, which is a reading assessment that's local to the teacher, NWEA, which is 4th through 8th grade, course grades, 9th through 12th grade, and of course standardized test results, as well as behavioral and social emotional success indicators such as our PBIS and SWIS system and the data that produces, attendance, discipline logs, survey results, and feedback. We're using a lot of different data points, and I'm not going to go into all of the things that we've learned, but what I did do was put together some slides around, here are some trends in connecting the dots that we've talked about a lot that have risen to the top. So if you go to the next slide, when we think about bright spots, some of the trends that we are noticing is when we look broadly across if we do a crosswalk across a lot of our opportunities for data, we can see that the end of the year Acadience reading testing indicates that around 80% of our 2nd through 3rd graders met grade level benchmark, which is excellent. Our data from NWA math and reading indicates that approximately 80% of the 4th through 8th grade students reached average or above proficiency. Data from course grades in ELA and math indicates that 80% of our 9th through 11th grade students met grade level proficiency of a C or higher. In terms of survey feedback, greater than 80% of our respondents, that was parents, teachers, and students, indicated that learning standards and expectations are clearly explained to students. Same with the teachers having high learning expectations and standards, as well as a belief that over 90% felt like there's a teacher, counselor, or other staff member to whom a student could go to for help with a school problem, and that we have a variety of opportunities for students. So when we think about a number of the talking points related to academic health, social health, physical health across our district, these are the bright spots that Trustee McVeigh was talking about earlier that I feel like we can really anchor in. And then, of course, we want to inquire and we want to look at where are those places where we still have some work to do. So if you go to the next slide, some focus areas of inquiry to address needs comes out of what our noticings were, and then we were looking at the different opportunities for data that we can examine more closely. We were really intentional, or want to be really intentional about monitoring and reflecting on data related to content mastery and achievement, social emotional wellness, behavior regulation, as well as disparity in data between subgroups. And so when we look at that, so if you look at the puzzle piece on the next slide, it's all connected there. So we do see that there are spaces where, in your K through 3rd grade, approximately 20% of the students did not reach grade level benchmark in reading. And that's something we want to be really aware of. That's a number of students whose needs we want to address, and we have systems in place that we'll be working on to help those students continue to grow. Additionally, there's almost 45% of our K through 3rd grade students who do not reach grade level benchmark in math. And we're really cognizant about where that data is coming from, why that data looks like that, what the Acadience test does that maybe classroom teachers do differently, what classroom data says that Acadience testing doesn't necessarily say, but it's still a data point that feels like we know foundational math is really important. If 45% of our students did not reach benchmark at the end of this year, then that's going to be a high priority for us moving forward to look at the systems and structures and instructional practices we have in place to address that. The data from our spring NWA reading and math NWA, sorry, that's repetitive, indicates about 20% of our 4th through 8th grade students are not reaching average or above proficiency. From our survey data, less than 80% reported by parent or caregivers, students, and staff that teachers not necessarily successfully showing students how lessons relate to life outside of school. There is emerging data that indicates disproportionality in academic performance. So I know I shared that 98B report with you. If you looked at it closely, and there are some spaces that we can see that certain subgroups are not achieving at the same rates of success that other groups are achieving. And so we are noticing that. We've got some more exploring to do around that, and especially to look at what are our next steps around remedying that. We also saw that less than 80% of survey respondents noted that social emotional needs of students are being met. That was only indicated by students and staff. Interestingly enough, our caregiver respondents, they were over 80%. So there was a disconnect there, but we noted that as a disconnect that was important to write down and think about more deeply. Why is that the case? And then less than 80% of students in the school receive support that address their individual needs. So when we looked at the data that was coming out, being really cognizant, we want students to feel like all students have their needs met, and we would like those numbers to be over 80%. Or even higher. So these are areas that we're noticing that are our focus areas to improve upon. So we go to the next slide. So when we considered all of that data, again, the whole child focus of MyKIP overall really leans into looking at them together as a whole package and not in isolation. And I think that's incredibly helpful. So after a lot of brainstorming and work and talking with our teacher leaders, our administrators, and listening to anecdotal evidence while also examining qualitative data and quantitative data, we landed on a district primary goal. So this would be our focus goal for this upcoming year. And this is what's actually submitted to MyKIP. It's an increased overall rates of mastery in content areas as measured by local assessments, K-8, course grades 9-12, among students, regardless of subgroup, by increasing staff competency in the use of evidence-based culturally responsive instruction. So that will be our primary goal. And so I know we'll talk about this probably in a minute, and it's coupled with the building strategies. Hand in hand with this academic goal, we also, as mentioned, we know that we don't know what the next few years will look like from a social emotional standpoint of our students. And it's really important that we continue to offer supports for our students in that area. Not that we didn't always as an organization, but being really attuned to the different needs that have come up as a result of the pandemic. So it was really important to all of the teams that were working on this to have a complementary goal around social emotional wellness. So we did write a second one. The MyKIP facilitators recommend somewhere between 1 and 3 total. We've landed on 2 as a district. So the complementary goal is strengthen social emotional support models in order to positively impact staff and student self-reporting of SAS services as measured by the biennial Perceptions of Equity survey. And that is the survey that the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisory Council gives every other fall. So we'll be looking at that in the hopes of impacting how our students and staff feel about the social emotional needs being met. All right, next slide. Thank you. So the district goal, that is the overarching goal. And the hope is with the MyKIP system that the building level work that happens is going to influence success with the district level goal. So the building administrators considered their journey across the last 5 years with their previous building goals, considered the data they were seeing this year, and the feedback that they had gotten from their staff, their teacher leaders, and their various building communities. And they worked to generate these goals in the last few months. And what's really important about this is it's really anchored, all of this is anchored in our district focus documents. So if I think about it like an umbrella often with, that didn't make a very nice image for our slide deck, but where this SAS mission and the strategic frames are really the center of our work, because it's important that we're starting to connect the things that we've made decisions about and move those forward. So our strategic frames, the 4 that we agreed upon in the fall, as well as the culture responsive instruction, our DI 3-year plan, the SAS compass, and then social emotional health and well-being, like those focus areas that we have should all live inside of the strategies that the different buildings are implementing, and they really do. So I will have to step closer, and I can probably read them from here. So the K-3 buildings, their primary goal is building teacher capacity for culturally responsive instruction to support high academic achievement and build relationships that promote social and emotional wellness. Heritage, by supporting standards-based learning, standards-based learning with common and responsive instructional practices and assessment measures. Heritage will meet the needs of all learners. The middle school, build vertical and horizontal alignment and standards, learning targets, and equitable practices and curriculum in order to increase student engagement and achievement. And SHS, the high school, common rigorous experiences for all students through the implementation of balanced assessment, culturally responsive instruction, and aligned pacing and standards. Liberty, using common engagement, collaboration. Liberty programs will prepare students for independence, careers, and citizenships in a globally connected world. and student services, align and refine department practices to be more culturally responsive through tiered behavior supports, intentional collaboration, increased professional development opportunities, peer-to-peer programming, social thinking, and expanded use of communication tools. So these will be the focus areas for each of those buildings on which our professional learning plan hinges, so that we are aligning the time that we have available, the resources that we have in order to support implementation of these strategies so that overall as a district we can grow. I think I speak to that a little bit later. Go ahead and click. So when we think up to that timeline, like right now we're really, the next couple of months will be about building capacity with our entire staff, because the staff at large hasn't heard about all of our goals and all the planning that we have been doing. And so that'll be part of our August rollout. And that'll be part of the pieces, around professional development related to what that actually looks like for them. And doing, again, like some inspiring, bringing back some of that joy, and then really clearing the path. We've heard a lot, like, what does it look like for us to do this work well? And please help us with that. And part of it's just being really clear and explicit, as well as time. That's another place that we've heard a lot about. And so we've worked really hard to develop a professional learning plan that carves out a lot of time for teachers to do the work that they need to do to be successful with the goals that their buildings identify. So the overall timeline, though, in the other quarters of the year, you can see there's a cadence of monitoring and adjusting, some impact assessment and updates, and monitoring and summarizing. And as a part of this, unlike with the old school improvement process, when you get to the quote unquote the end of the year, the April to June part, it isn't one and done where you turn your report in. It is reflect and revise as needed and keep going. So it gives us an opportunity to look at the data that's come up across the year, really assess how we're doing, and then decide what are our next steps from there. And me personally, having been on this side, as well as on the classroom side, to have a study of data and a discussion of continuous improvement be something that impacts change and feels more empowering versus punitive is, I think, has so much optimism in it. And so I'm really excited about where this will take us. If you go to the next slide, some of the things as a teaching and learning team that we are doing to support success with our continuous improvement process. Obviously, one of the things that I've mentioned is just building capacity. So we were really intentional about spiraling some opportunity for professional learning for our admin team, central admin team, teacher leaders, and then we'll get to the broader staff here in August. And the decision around that was really how much was too much too quickly in the year that we had. So we were trying to be thoughtful about rollout so that we could achieve more success. Implementing a professional learning plan that's aligned to and addresses the goals. That actually is a direct link. If you wanted to link on it, there's a link to our professional learning plan for 22-23. Reinstituting curriculum cycles. So this has been something that was on our mind that felt like too big of a lift in the circumstances of this past year, where we have really clear cadence of curriculum cycles for each of our content areas in order for them to look at, do we have agreed upon viable curriculum resources and maps? Do we have diverse materials that our students are accessing? Are we using inclusive instructional practices? And starting to develop a cadence in which we're doing that regularly, more intentionally, so that we start to see some improvement overall, and for teachers to feel more supported, because they are doing a great job, especially in such trying times. And I think they're really welcoming and looking forward to being able to study their curriculum more going into 22-23. Leveraging the teaching and learning team for support. So, we established the teaching and learning team last year, and also some structures and routines to support teachers. So you heard me mention that Shannon was moving into spaces where she was responding to needs and able to provide professional learning to be responsive. She also proactively created, we set up a system where we knew she was going to take the lead on every early release day. Jen Nelson, as our literacy coach, was coaching in with all of our reading and writing teachers to lift up the level of their work. Our instructional design team at large was working to help bolster the opportunities for staff for Compass Connections, which is our localized staff development based upon the needs that our teachers have indicated. And then, of course, the entire team is available for all of the support that teachers need in a one-to-one basis, too. So there's sort of an on-demand as needed, not just the things that they develop ahead of time. So we'll continue to leverage the teaching and learning team supports. Our role as a teaching and learning team, because that's the district continuous improvement team is monitoring and analyzing the results of the building strategies plans and helping buildings implement those. And then, of course, reflecting, reporting, and adjusting. So as a part of continuous improvement, it's also regular board reports and work with the strategic councils to make sure that that those loops are closed and that we have a continuous cycle of communication and collaboration, because we know this is bigger than just this room and me standing here at this podium. So that is what I have to present for you, and I'll look forward to circling back to this in the fall, and I'm open for questions.
Before we do that, though, Anna, can you move back to slide 20? Because this is something that I want to reiterate as right there. This is really important, and in my opinion, the most important part of the presentation. I've heard from various stakeholders that if we spend too much time on culturally responsive instruction, it's going to take away the focus on academic rigor in the district. And what this goal expresses, the district goal, that I'll be held accountable for increasing overall rates of mastery in content areas as measured by local assessments in K through 8 and course grade improvement in 9 through 12. So we're centering it around academic achievement and supporting culturally responsive instruction. I just think that's something that is important for us to note, that this isn't if we do one thing, it will take away from the other. And I just feel like that's an important thing to clarify before we get into questions.
Thank you.
I do have a few really fast ones, but I think I'm going to have to talk quickly because your presentation was so fast, so quickly paced.
It might be, sorry.
I felt like somebody had pressed 1.5 speed underneath. But anyway, first of all,
please ask all.
I love it. I think it's great. I really appreciated how integrated the continuous improvement plan is at slide, 13, I think. A quick question about the building continuous improvement teams and the teacher leaders. How are they selected?
So currently it's a contractual, it's in the SEA contract that teacher leaders every spring and their departments determine who the next teacher leader will be or will continue to be moving into the upcoming year. So it's determined by the departments themselves or the grade levels within the buildings. And then district administrators can weigh in as needed.
And there's a lot of turnover year to year as an opportunity for growth and that sort of thing?
Not necessarily. It
Okay.
depends on which department or grade level you are in. So we do have some really experienced teacher leaders, and we appreciate that leadership and the continuity because
Sure.
they bring a lot to the table. We do have 5 teacher leader meetings a year. We start with a 2.5-hour launch in the summer, and that leads into consistent communication expectations for them. Teacher leadership is very different than it used to be in the past. We really depend on our teacher leaders. With that said, I would say it's probably 50-50. That's probably overshooting it. It's probably 75-25.
More than enough information.
Yeah.
So I love this slide. This is an important one for sure. I noticed that the goal is to increase overall rates of mastery. And I'm glad you didn't specify a specific target, like by X% or something like that. Intentionally done, I assume.
It is, and actually, this is, again, I'm very hopeful about the state's intent with this process because the actual platform won't allow you to move, you have to look at the data, you decide on targets later, and they don't necessarily have to be by X%. And I really appreciated that as well, and as our team did. And they do also ask, what is your overall target? How will you know you'll be successful? It's a question you asked me last fall. And so we have in mind what that looks like when you look at our numbers in terms of growth.
It looks like you have a very clear baseline, so that's great. All right. That's it.
I only have a couple, but one thing that I would love to circle back to, and I know you're here frequently and your team is here frequently, but especially recently, and it's been kind of a growing body of articles. I'm not going to say research because I can't quote exactly where it's coming from off the top of my head, but there's been a growing body of criticism of PBIS. And so I'm just wondering if, in light of that, that has been circulating more, it seems to be more predominantly, if that, we could maybe highlight that in an upcoming report, and how that's used in our district in a positive way to support students.
Thank you. I thought you wanted me to highlight the criticism of it.
No.
I'm just not sure I'm going to be able to do that.
No,
So
I want us to be clear about
yes,
when we
how
use
we
an
are
acronym
using,
like
yes.
that and it's coming up in the
Mhm.
media, and it's being heavily criticized. I'd like for us to speak more clearly about what
Mhm.
we're doing instead of just that acronym that might be getting negative.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be a great idea because it is pivotal to some of the work that we've been able to do
Right.
with students to support them individually, and the tools that it provides us, the systems that we have created, that we are expanding in
Mhm.
order to offer more supports.
And I think
is-
from what I understand in my limited knowledge of or experience, the way that Saline is using it is unique to what is being reported in a lot of the criticism. So I just want to give an opportunity for us to come out proactively
Great.
and be clear on how we're using that, because I know it's an important tool for our
Thanks.
students and teachers. Another thing that I was curious about when you were presenting some of the data, and
Mhm.
the data was very positive in terms of literacy, while still some room for growth. But one area that struck me was the math data.
Yeah.
And I know that recently the Math Essentials,
Mhm.
I mean, they were supposed to be launched and then there was a pandemic and they kind of lost some of their momentum, but definitely the state is putting a lot of energy behind those. And so wondering about the kind of support that we have for teachers and in rolling out
Mhm.
some of those concepts and ideas in the Math Essentials. I also know that districts throughout the state have acquired money for math coaches, similar to the literacy coaching funding. So is that something that we're looking at? And finally, I know that Sherry has done a lot of work with math at Pleasant Ridge, and so how is that being maybe used as a model for the rest of the district to support the math work, especially in our lower grades?
Yeah, there's a lot packed into that comment. So I'm going to go a little bit at a time. When we look at the math data, and I mentioned as I was going, because I know it's somewhat, when you look at the number, it feels like 54%. And Caroline's obviously not here. You know, a lot of our teaching and learning team is taking the opportunity to have a break this summer. And I spoke to her, Dr. Lodge spoke to her, you know, because the MTSS team administers the Acadians testing for our students. We did not give a mid-year math assessment. We gave a beginning of the year and end of the year in 2 of our buildings, and we gave it all three at all 3 points at Pleasant Ridge. And it's really interesting to think about what that data shows us. If you're not familiar, it is important to just articulate that the students can know the content, like they can know the math. And so you might find that in the classroom assessments, the students would know the standards that are assessed on the Acadians test. Acadians adds a layer of automaticity where you have to know it quickly. You have to be able to recall and answer on a timed fashion. And we are examining, okay, so how do we look at the bigger picture? I provided you with Acadians data, but there's also data to complement that might tell another part of that story that's really important. And we've had really good conversations at the classroom level with our teachers and teacher leaders around, okay, so what does this tell us? Well, one thing it tells us is that we could provide some more resources to provide automaticity practice for our students in math and those foundational skills, because we know that mathematicians who have stronger automaticity will do better later on. And so we're thinking about what do those instructional practices look like. We are currently, in my journey that I showed you for the teaching and learning team, on that road to supporting success in this, the curriculum instruction cycle, we're starting with math and science. You know, some of our areas where we are seeing the biggest discrepancies in the performance that we would prefer to see as a Saline school district, to examine that and ask those questions. So what's happening? What are the values? Because there's actually, when you look at time tests have a component of equity. You know, there's some pieces there that we're really thoughtful about. So when I present the data to you, I put it in that order. I didn't want to put it in because there's so many components and complexities to it, that as a team we're really thoughtful about examining all of the different components and not just painting one picture of one of our mathematicians by one test. And that's something we've been, you know, really trying to do for multiple years, and we'll continue to do. The programs that we're using, you know, with Sherry's work, we shifted her position a little bit last year to an intensifying intervention specialist, and so she can work with the other buildings. And we had hoped to do that more last year, to talk about like how can she start to work with other teams and other buildings to share some of the expertise and programming she's developed. Some of the complexities of the year prevented us from doing that at the level that we would have wished, but that is on one of our hopes and dreams list for this upcoming year, and examining like when we get to the like EDM. We're currently using EDM, and we've talked with the teacher leaders, not this year, but the past year, about is this the best fit based upon when we look at math essentials, does it capture everything we have? So that'll be a part of the cycle of review, as well as looking at the resources that we're using, and are they meeting the students' needs, and what kinds of skills we know will propel them to be great mathematicians and great scientists in the STEAM fields, and that's all coming up.
Yeah, the work that seems to be coming out of the Michigan Department of Ed around the math essentials and coaching grants and math recovery training seems to be really shifting the mindset of educators so that it can be more tangible and more accessible for students. So I wondered about that.
And we've talked a lot about the art of teaching math. We spent a lot of
Yes.
time talking about the art of teaching reading and writing. The art of teaching math is really on our minds for this upcoming year of review.
Definitely. And then the last thing I just wanted to say, as I was thinking about my KIP, it was just resonating with me, the Coaching Essential 4 that talks about effective coaching, and I would say effective teaching is done in a multi-year school-wide and district-wide initiative focused on student learning that is supported by building and district administrators. And I think that this plan that you have outlined for us today exemplifies that goal, and we know that these essentials are based on mounds and mounds and mounds of research. So I think we're positioning ourselves in a way that's going to lead to great results. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Susan?
I'm just wondering, because this is a new platform and everything, do you find that it's in alignment? Well, I guess you've proven that it's in alignment what we're doing in the district and everything. And so I'm just wondering how you like the platform really and in moving forward and what you've used compared to what you've used in the past.
What I really like about it, and I've been sharing this with the team, and to their credit, I do need to give a shout out to Michelle Chekowitz and Teresa Stager, who were sort of our first boots on the ground in understanding the MyKit process back in 2020, when we really weren't sure what was going to happen when the pandemic hit and we closed down. It was like February, they got into some training or something. And so they helped us sort of ease in and get us started on the platform. And then as I got my legs under me in this role, began to assume more and more responsibility with it. As I mentioned, it's closely aligned to the way that we did business in the past in terms of being really intentional about looking at a variety of different pieces of evidence, not looking at only academic data, which we do believe in very much as an important measure, alongside of other measures of success that honor what students know in all the different ways that they know it. And so it allows for you to input different data sources that are not necessarily state data sources that don't come at opportune times for us to do anything about. So I use the phrase local assessments because that's what we have at our fingertips all the time. It's, while it's not the state assessment, we're hoping that it leads to improvement in our state assessment results, but it's something that we can measure in the moment. And I'm really appreciative that the state has seen the value in this bigger picture, and the system itself, just from a tech person, I like how it guides you through all of the things. The other thing that it holds us accountable to, and I feel like this is really important, and it came up in the earlier presentation, is it holds us accountable to looking at data and using the data to drive improvement. And that should be something that feels empowering and not punitive. And I'm really excited about that too. If we can start to engage in really cool conversations around what are we noticing? Let's look at the bright spots, and let's also look at what's happening that feels like we need to narrow in and make some decisions around so that we can get the best out of all of our students. So I'm appreciative of that too, as there's a really clear cycle. The structures that they've provided are great.
Awesome. Yeah, I love how it's really supporting the whole child, right?
Yeah.
So I'm excited about it, and I'm glad that it's helping others in the district to kind of hone in on what our goals are and how to, like you said, improve upon it. So
Yeah.
I'm excited about it.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Incredibly comprehensive report, so thank you to you and the team.
Thank you. You should have seen all the slides I left out. Thank you so much.
I have no doubt. Absolutely. Okay, go get another water, Kara. Thank you very much. Moving on to our action items this evening. Item A, I'd like to please entertain a motion to approve the preliminary qualification application to be submitted to the Michigan Department of Treasury for the proposed November bond issuance.
I'll make the motion. Gerby.
Brad, thank you.
Support, Susan Eastep.
Susan, thank you. Our friends from King Scott, would you like to approach and discuss a little bit here?
Oh my goodness, look at that stack.
Don't worry, it's just, you should have seen it.
We're gonna go through every page. No.
Page 1.
So what I'd like to do is just address the board and highlight the meeting we had yesterday with Treasury Department. So it was actually our final review with Treasury. So at this meeting, your financial consultant is there, PFM, along with your legal counsel, Troon, King Scott, Clark Construction, Superintendent Losh was there, and Miranda. And the goal is that we went through every piece of the bond app, which is a pretty comprehensive document that lays out everything. So real quick, we in this bond app is the actual bond proposal language that you will see when you go vote. So we do a final review of that, and that's what Troon has prepared. Superintendent Latch was asked questions about the process and how we came about this bond application and the work that the entire team has done and the engagement efforts that Mr. Raft has done in order to come to this proposal. And Carol Densmore, who leads the review with Treasury, and I don't know if anyone else does it, it's always Carol. Yeah, and she was very appreciative of the effort we went through to land on this scope. And he gave the example, we had some initial ideas at the beginning of the process, but through all the improvements or all the engagement efforts, we landed on this scope, which is very heavy in educational improvements. The financials are reviewed by Miranda and PFM. Brendan put the application together with Clark, so if there's detailed questions that you may have regarding the application, Brendan can answer those questions. The meeting went a little less than an hour. It was very efficient. We went through everything just like clockwork, and what you are being asked tonight to do is approve the final application, and so that the district can then submit to Treasury. And then Treasury will start the process to get it on the ballot. So that's it in a nutshell, what we went through yesterday.
We're glad to have your guidance. Should I start with Brad, or any questions?
I mean, the only thing I'll
Defer to
say-
our treasurer.
The only thing I will say is I appreciated the comprehensiveness of the project sheets, right? And I also was overwhelmed. I'll tell you, I'm glad that I don't have to pay attention to every single, detail of 1 and 2 and architecture and structural and plumbing and blah, so I'm glad that those things. Do we have an on-site person? Is it going to be David who is going to ensure that each of those things is met on our side of it?
Yeah, Mr. Raft and
It's a
Rex.
big deal.
Rex is very much key in this too, because it's impacting all your facilities. So those will be the two on the district side that we will be reporting really day to day as we execute the bond improvements.
And who will those reports go? Will they go to Dr. Lodge, or will they?
Well, we do have a core team that has Dr. Lodge, Raft, and other administrators, along with King Scott and Clark. And we report to the core team and give updates, just like we're doing now on the middle school gym project that's in construction.
Okay.
So,
And I'll add
I
that
appreciate it.
Miranda's critically important.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
following
Yeah.
every single
sure.
step and knows really exactly what's going on at each turn and for every move, because she knows we have to be following the scope and making sure we're in compliance with that. The selling of the bonds, the paying of the bills is all going through her, so it's going to be important that Rex, David, Miranda are always working together at every move.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we had some type of compliance-based piece to make sure we're hitting every single piece here, so.
well, the other
And
thing
I
too
appreciate
is
that.
at the end of the bond, you will go through an audit. So everything we do is to prepare you for the audit as well. So all the documentation, so there is a formal audit at the end, but when you spend $180 million, there's a lot of documentation needed, as you can see in the app.
For sure. And yeah, every time I saw Series 1, Series 2, Series 3, I thought of you. Miranda. I'm pointing at Miranda. So I appreciate it, and thank you. That's all I have.
Yes.
A lot of oversight, and rightly so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Susan?
So, were there any major changes or minor changes that were made from like the last presentation? I just want to make sure that, because you said it was a quick meeting, and so if there's anything
As
to
far as
identify.
scope goes, no. The scope that we presented is what's in the application. A lot of this review is to make sure we're meeting all the treasury and state requirements. So there's a lot of accounting, and the finances are very complicated, and I'm so glad Miranda is part of the group, because that's her world. And it's our job to execute the projects in the scope. But to answer your question, the scope is there that we presented. And this app is really, the review is to make sure all our I's are dotted, T's are crossed, and we're meeting the election requirements as well for the bond.
If I can add one more thing, a lot of this meeting was spent on explaining how the debt will work and how
Yeah.
it gets paid off and when it gets paid off. So there was a good chunk, 20 minutes or so,
Yeah.
with that explanation with Paul Stoddard, and then obviously working very closely with Miranda on how those payments are made along the way.
Along with your current debt, that's gradually falling off too. So it's very complex.
I just wanted to echo what Treasurer Gerby was saying, that in looking over and seeing the paperwork that you're holding, it is really nice to know that we have a team to support this. So as I was looking through the pages and pages in our packet and reflecting back on what you shared in previous sessions, thinking about Miranda's role and thinking about your role and David's role and our finance committee, and just thinking about how integral all those parts and pieces are in creating this plan and making sure that we have, like you said, all of our I's dotted and T's
Yes.
crossed. So I appreciate that work, and I have full faith that moving forward, that with that team in place, that we're going to be successful in navigating this process. So
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Yeah, Michael?
I was very impressed with the magic that you used to get the enrollment numbers rolled out 5, 6, 10. Yeah, and I was also impressed that we were within, 1.2 to 1.7% increase in, regardless of the method we were using. So I don't know how you did it. And did you outsource that math?
That was done by Middle City.
Middle Cities
Okay.
is the
Oh, that's right, I recall that now.
entity that does the actual enrollment
They're the ones-
projection.
They hire
I
the
just transferred the
actuarial
numbers
accountants.
onto the page. So.
Didn't even take into account climate migration or anything like that, so thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, and thank you for being patient. I know we had one meeting month, so we have a lot of business.
Well,
so
those
thank
are
you.
very important topics, so.
That's right, absolutely so. Okay, moving to vote, I have a motion.
Are you going to be giving us a copy?
Oh, yeah.
Not tonight. You got a copy, believe in the
Yeah,
your board
yeah, we
packet,
have.
So,
Yep.
So what happens is these will all get signed, and then 2 of them go to Troon. You get to keep one, I think. And then Clark gets one, PFM gets one.
We get
We
one.
get one, right?
Yeah.
So there's a
And
whole.
the signing by trustee Jones.
Yep.
The most
Brad and
important,
Candace sign that, yep.
Trustee this evening.
That's right. Brad's name is on here, but he doesn't get to sign. It's just
Don't go anywhere.
Jones.
All right, excellent, thank you. So moving to vote, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. So how about a motion? We're at a little over 2 hours, so how about a motion to recess? Anyone? Jenny makes a motion to recess?
I'll make a motion to recess.
You need some more water.
I'll always do that.
Second, Brad. All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 7-0 for recess. Okay, just a short water bio. All right, I think we're all back. Ben, are we all set? Okay, we are back. Thank you for obliging us a short recess. I'd now like to move to action item B and recommend a motion, please, to name the following banks or depositories for the various funds of Saline area schools for the fiscal 2023 year. Bank of America, Comerica Bank, Michigan Liquid Asset Fund, and Old National Bank. Michael, thank you.
Support. Miller.
Jenny, thank you. I don't believe we have any discussion or questions on this. All right, moving forward to vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 7-0. Item C, I'd please like to entertain a motion to authorize Dr. Stephen Lotch, Superintendent, as the primary signer on all checks written by the district, with Miranda Owsley, Assistant Superintendent of Finance, as alternative on all accounts listed. Bank of Ann Arbor 2021 bond checking account, Comerica, the Catherine Steiner Burr Scholarship, Michigan Liquid Asset Fund 2021 bond investment account, and at Old National Bank, the general fund payroll, community education, recreation and cares, food service, student activity, The Edge, flex benefits Maestro, 2016 BNS debt service, 2018 BNS 2 debt service, 2021 BNS 3 debt service, 2018 refunding debt service, the sinking fund, the Paul Handy Scholarship Fund, Tom Corrali Memorial Fund, Horticultural Award, Jeremy Tarlia Scholarship Fund, Randy Hoffman Fund, Rachel Townsend Fund, and Dora May Mayer Memorial Scholarship. Moved by
I'll make the motion. Miller.
Jenny, thank you.
Support Eastep.
Susan, thank you. Assuming no questions, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 7-0. Moving on to item D, I'd please like to entertain a motion to authorize Dr. Stephen Latch, Superintendent, and Miranda Owsley, Assistant Superintendent of Finance, as signatories on transfers of investment monies.
Motion, Gerby.
Brad, thank you.
Support Jones.
Candace, thank you. Assuming no comment, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 7-0. Moving on to item E, I'd like to please entertain a motion to participate in the State of Michigan Loan Revolving Fund as submitted by Assistant Superintendent Miranda Owsley.
Motion, Gerby.
Brad, thank you.
Support. Miller.
Jenny, thank you. Any comments or questions on this one for Miranda? All right, assuming no, move to vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 7-0. I'd please like to entertain a motion to appoint Trune Law Firm PC of Lansing, Michigan, and Collins and Blaha PC as legal counsel for the school district for the 2022-2023 school year. In addition, the district is authorized to utilize other law firms pending areas of expertise. Moved by
So moved Jones.
Candace, thank you.
Support. Miller.
Jenny, thank you. Assuming no questions, moving to vote.
I have a question.
Okay.
So I think last year, I inquired about this as well, but I don't think we received anything about like the cost of asking. I guess asking for advice or, and I know it was kind of maybe a set price or something. I don't know. I just don't think the board ever received the finance piece on that.
I think we were showing the pattern of how much we spent with the legal firms year after year. But that may have just been in a finance committee meeting. Are you asking like to bring that to the table and sort of go over our financial costs for legal firms over the years? We could do that and show the pattern.
No, my request was to just know the cost of the inquiries.
Each one, or I guess I'm not sure. Oh,
Yes, yeah.
okay.
Okay, yeah, and we just never seen, I haven't seen that non-finance, but that's all I was wanting to know.
Okay.
Okay, so Miranda had stated that we're billed per hour. And Susan, is it your request for Steve to follow up on the hourly rate for the two firms?
Yes.
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments? Okay, moving to vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 7-0. Item G, I'd like to please entertain a motion to accept the recommendation of Student Services Director Molly Garcia to appoint Misty Cluck to fulfill a 2-year term in the role of Saline Area Schools Parent Advisory Committee Representative for the WISD PAC.
Motion, Gerby. Thank you, Misty.
Brad, thank you.
Support, Miller.
Jenny, thank you. I actually had a question about this one. I was just wondering if we had a little information on Misty.
I don't have specific information, but I can find out and make sure that all of it is passed on to the Board of Education.
All right. Just curious on her background and trust Molly Garcia's recommendation here.
Absolutely. I was also wondering, I think this is a position in the past that has been held, and I'm going to I'm going to regret that I said this, but I can't remember the last names, but the Kellys.
Kelly Van
Yes.
Singles, yeah.
Okay, Kelly Van Single, but then there was another Kelly also, right?
Kelly Hansen. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So this is in addition or replacing someone on the council?
From what I understand, it's Kelly Van Single's term is up.
Right.
Yep.
I'll find out more specifics about Misty and pass that on to the Board of Education.
Okay, perfect. And trusting in Molly's recommendation. Any other comments or questions? All right, hearing none, moving to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 7-0. Moving on to item H, I'd please like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the June 14th, 2022 closed session for the purpose of discussions under Section 8K. Candace, do you want to make the motion? I'll just voluntold you.
So moved, Jones.
Because I know you're on top of it. Candace, thank you. Second? Okay.
Support, Gerby.
Brad, thank you. And as people have probably seen in the past, our procedure with closed session minutes is for Secretary Jones to create minutes, pass each of them out to the 7 trustees. They're all numbered. We take a minute to read them. She collects each copy and makes sure all 7 copies are there. We move to vote. And if voted upon, thank you. If voted upon, they are placed with Betty Yankee in a sealed envelope. So we'll take just a minute. Okay, everyone all set or need another minute? Candace has a busy night. Thank you. Okay, all set. Moving to vote, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 7-0. Administration updates.
I just have one very quick one, and it's administrative staffing update in just reiterating Shannon Washington's appointment as Director of Culturally Responsive Instruction, Equity and Inclusion, and also welcoming James Raffco, who is going to be an assistant principal at Saline High School, and we'll meet James at a future board meeting. And then also acknowledging the switch with Michelle Chekowitz going to the middle school and Laura Washington going to Woodland Meadows. Feel like that's a good opportunity for both principals to exercise some of their strengths, and feeling that it was very collaborative in the process of coming to the conclusion that this is going to be a really good move for our students. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Seeing no student representative until next month-ish. Michael, were you raising your
I was a quick
hand
question
there?
about James Rothko. Is he an outside hire or come from within? Or when does
Yeah,
he
he's
start? When
coming.
does he
He's
start?
coming from South Carolina, where he was involved in middle level education and has some experience in administration. When he was being interviewed, spoke about in South Carolina being in a turnaround school is what he was talking about working in. So feeling good about his ability to come in and support our student body at the high school.
I hope he likes our winters.
I have
Yeah.
one other question. Will there be additional assistant principals at the high school level? Because I know there's been some shifting there, and I wasn't sure how many how many we were going to have this fall.
Right. The model moving forward is going to be centered more around principal, Teresa, assistant principals in Musetta and James, and then 2 additional deans that in
nice.
theory fill the void of the additional assistant principal, because
Great.
it is important to outfit the high school for success and enough administrative support. And I will say this has been an exceptionally busy hiring season. Kurt's working constantly to try to manage this with tons of new hires, with a lot of retirements, but just a lot of transition in the district. And that's happening in every district, but there's just so much of it occurring that it is difficult to keep up with it, and he's doing a really fine job in that.
Yeah,
area.
the HR report was thick
it's
this month.
excessive.
No, and I appreciate that. I was wondering how that process was going, because I knew there had been some shifting. So thanks for that clarification.
Okay, any trustee updates? Brad, yep.
I just have one item. On the 20th of July, I'm going to participate in a school aid budget seminar with MASB and MSBO to just walk through the school aid budget for the year, recommendations from the governor, those types of things. So I'm planning on doing that at noon on the 20th, and I will report to finance and to the board anything that is mind-blowing. I hope it's good news.
Please don't say that when you say the word budget. And we'll have a finance meeting the same day as the next board meeting, so we can have it in the update. Anyone else?
I guess. I just want to share with everyone, I spent an incredibly intense 7 days in New Orleans with the International Society for Technology and Education, so ISTE, what the cool kids call it, ISTE. Some of you know I'm on the board of directors, so we were kept going from morning till night. And I won't go into any of to belabor any of the details, but I just want to say that Richard Culata, the CEO, made based on something he had seen at an airport, and he goes to airports a lot. He sees the military folks getting onto the planes early, and often they're thanked for their service on the way in. And he thought to himself, well, why aren't teachers being thanked for their service? So he's challenged every of the 9,000 people in that event to thank teachers for their service if they have the opportunity. Of course, we see a great deal of them anyway, but if it comes up, I don't know. Maybe you can rephrase it your own way, but it's a kind of a neat thing. It's always good to recognize the work and effort the teachers do here in the district. Brad? Thank you for your service. Jenny, thank you for your service.
I just had a small election update. So as folks know, I was talking with our Washtenaw County elections team just to clarify everything for the ballot, mostly that we had 2 positions that were on one part of the ballot and then one position that was on another part of the ballot. And I had made an update, I think a couple of months ago. After reading an email, an MASB newsletter, I had a clarifying question, so contacted Brad Banasek specifically about the position that Candace is in now that was, that had elected a Remedy Boatswain to our board. Had a clarifying question, reached out to the elections folks to follow up because there was a discrepancy in the start date for the particular role. So MASB was saying that the start date would be as soon as the election was certified. And I had previously heard from the elections folks that it would be January 1st with the other 2 positions. So I reached back out. They had said you should talk to legal counsel for the district. So I asked Steve to please help. And he heard back from Troon last week. And I shared... Oh, Collins and Blaha, I'm sorry. And I did, out of courtesy, share this with Candace and wanted to share this with the team. They had clarified that that particular position would change over earlier. It'll change over as soon as the election is certified. So meaning if Candace decides to rerun and wins, we will install her in that new term immediately. If Candace decides not to run or is defeated, that individual will join the board within certification. So the oath will happen almost immediately. So I just wanted to clarify that since we just received that information. And if anybody has any questions, I can certainly take them. This is all a new learning experience for me on 2 appointments and varying terms.
So it all
Yep.
comes down to basically a single meeting, really, because we don't meet on the 22nd of November, so.
That is exactly correct.
It could be your last meeting or the first of many more.
Yep, that's exactly correct. So it would be the December meeting. But I just wanted to make sure that the community and the board were on the same page with the information we had received and shared with Candace. All right, any other trustee updates? Okay, great. Moving on to the consent agenda, the following are offered as part of the consent agenda. The motion noted will allow for the authorization of all listed items without discussion unless a member of the board requests that any one or all be considered individually. These items will not be read aloud, but will continue to be listed out individually in the minutes for this meeting. I'd like to please entertain a motion.
Excuse me. I probably should do this now, but I would like to request one be considered individually.
Okay, which one?
That would be H. I know that it contains multiple reports, but the human resources reports. I don't know if you want to pull the whole. H
So
to
do you
make it
mean
easier.
G, receive and file
Oh, G.
curriculum?
Yep. Wait. Yep.
Okay.
Where did I get H?
Okay, so motion made E-Step to edit item G to read receive and file curriculum and finance reports, correct? And then pull human resources reports out. And Susan, are you requesting that that be pushed to another agenda or move to a discussion item?
No,
Or
just as it says, I'm requesting that it be considered individually from just the consent. So then we can discuss it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's do it this way. How are you feeling if we have a motion on the table from you to pull the human resources reports out of item G for discussion now first? Before we vote on consent?
Yes.
Okay.
I can officially motion.
Okay.
Recommended motion to, let's see, for G.
Yep.
Receive and file curriculum, finance, and human resources reports to be considered individually from the consent agenda so that it may be discussed. I know
Okay.
That wasn't said pretty, but.
No, that's okay. That's okay. If Betty has any clarifying questions for the minutes, she can ask you. I don't necessarily think this needs a vote because within consent, you can pull out pull out that item. So Susan, do you want to lead the question or comment discussion on human resources reports?
Yeah, I know it's come up in the past, and so I know versus having, requests and questions come up, and that I was hoping that we can discuss how it's laid out. I had asked about Shannon Washington and why her new position was not on the report. And part of that was that we hired her as a consultant last year. However, I see like consultant different than a permanent full-time position that we posted and she applied for and accepted and now is doing. So I know another question had come out about because we don't tend, if we've hired them before, if there's reassignments or they move into another position, that's not something recorded. We do get updates and everything from Superintendent Lodge, which is helpful. And a question had come up previously about, okay, if we hired someone in, position as a bus driver, for example, and then they moved into a teaching position, and not seeing that like in the human resources report, or people looking back at the human resources report, because that's why we have this data, and make sure that it's recorded, if we have questions about it, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I can talk through that. It's just the practice that we've been doing for years is it lists here the following human capital changes, including resignations, new hires, and changes in tenure status. And in the case of like Shannon's position, that's not what this is. Or another example would be like Kara moving from instructional designer to the teaching and learning team lead. I think your concern, though, is that you're communicated with, the board's communicated with, that everybody's communicated that these position changes are happening. I feel confident that we're still doing that, even though, certain position moves aren't occurring on this report. So if you're questioning or if you're wanting us to revisit the way in which this is done in the future, it's a discussion that Kurt, myself, and central administration could happen, but we're just being consistent with how we've been delivering this report for years and years and years.
So Shannon was not hired separately into a full-time permanent position. It was just a move.
She's not a new hire. She's already part of the district, and therefore
as a consultant.
Yes, but this says new hires. Like she was already part of the district.
Okay,
Yes, as
so
a
I think-
consultant, but
Okay, I just think, if we just had a consultant and I just think it's come up multiple times and.
yeah. Do you want to address it?
Yeah,
Kurt?
that's fine. I
Thanks.
still want to talk. It's come up multiple times, not just me, but in meetings and stuff. And so I think, like you mentioned, reassessing and reviewing, do we want multiple items on there, like reassignments or, somebody moving into a newly created position, and how that would look.
Yeah.
For the
So-
board discuss.
Sure. The short answer to your question is we can make that report look any way you want it to. The specific situation that we're talking about here, Shannon's, if you think about it more this way, Shannon's title was that of a consultant. She's been a Saline Area Schools employee since last July. So we paid her directly as a Saline Area Schools employee. Her title was DEI consultant. So now her title has changed. She still is a Saline Area Schools employee. She's still getting service credit through ORS just like she did a year ago. So her employment status hasn't changed. Her title did. To give you perspective, and again, this can look any way the board would like it to. We work at your directive. We executed 200 plus employee transactions over the last year, and you see about half of that in regards to people entering and exiting the organization. But to the extent, I mean, and there's just layer upon layer to this. If you want us to list when somebody goes from a 0.5 FTE to a 0.75 FTE, when somebody goes from being a paraeducator at an elementary building to a paraeducator at a secondary building, all those things are on an employee transaction document that we do maintain. It's just not something that we're sharing in this particular report because it doesn't infect their employment status. You're either an employee of the district or you're not. And in this case, she has been for over a year.
If I can add, I think there is an element of information overload that we get. I mean, you know, how much information do you want as a board, and do you want to be keeping track of that all the time? I think that's to Kurt's point that it seems like it could get overwhelming if we change the method. But again, I mean, we can revisit.
The other example I could give you is, for example, when Steve transitioned from the assistant superintendent to the superintendent, we didn't list him on that very same report because he was already an employee of the district.
I thought consultant was more, because her term ended the end of June?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was like a temp 1 year. That's why I thought it was more contractual than.
It can be, and if it had been that way, she would not have been on the report in the first place.
So we don't, that's another question.
Yep.
Do we know who we're contracting with or those kinds of things? Like temp.
I mean, you do to a degree. We have reciprocating agreements. A lot of them you hear relative to the construction reports. That's a lot of the firms that we do business with fall into that. You just executed an agreement with Collins and Blaha and Troon. But as Dr. Lotz is pointing out, there's a degree of granularity that again, you tell us what you want to see, but we have agreements with like Sunbelt that provides.
I think I'm talking more providing consultation type stuff with the curriculum, that kind of thing, not building management or whatever.
I'm just saying like that. That's what I'm trying to understand is that can change depending on the composition of the seven of you, and we'll do what you guys as a group direct us to do. Yeah.
I just wanted to let Jenny jump in.
I was just going to mention that maybe because I worked in the organization, I have a little bit more of some insight, but I know that there are a number of positions that are contractual, like contracts get renewed and sometimes they don't, and when they aren't, that would be seen on the report. But when they are renewed, it's not needed on the report, and I do feel that. Because Steve is my first superintendent in this role, I don't know if this was a practice that Scott did, but having those board updates, I think, is adequate for me to understand who is in positions, and also having the opportunity to contact Steve or contact Kurt if there are questions around, positions or contracts. For clarification, I feel like you were saying, Steve, that the flow of communication is enough for me to feel satisfied that I know who is doing the work that we need for them to do. That's just my opinion. I do think that there are months where the HR report is shallow, and then there are months like the months that we're in right now where they're very thick. And I think that we, even in those reports, we're getting limited information, but I think it's enough information for us to understand, the consistency that's happening, the longevity of people in the district, our ability to retain staff. So I'm satisfied with the report the way that it is, but also open to hearing if there are practices in the HR community that would benefit us. I'm open to hearing that too.
Yeah.
All right. Any other comments or questions for Kurt or Steve? Okay. All right. So I'm going to move to vote on, So first we have to entertain a motion to authorize the following listed items as part of the consent agenda. Would anyone like to make the motion?
So moved, Jones.
Candace, thank you. Second?
Support, Gerby.
Brad, thank you. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 7-0. In closing, items scheduled on our next agenda.
We have two. We're going to have a back-to-school update at the first August meeting, and then the second item is a K-12 Insight School Quality Survey Report. We were aiming to have that tonight. I'm kind of glad we didn't because we need to report out, and it could be lengthy in terms of what is the community saying about school quality, not only from the standpoint of administration, our teaching staff, my performance, and we'll hear about that at the next time.
I can't believe it's going to be August. But I'm excited for our new school year too. Brad?
I have one clarification question. Because Susan asked us to pull out the human resources report from the consent, do we then have to? I want to make sure that we're buttoned up on that.
Yeah,
that
no,
we've approved the
thanks,
human
Brad.
resources, the
So
hires.
I believe we I shouldn't say pulled it. We highlighted it for discussion, but it was part of the listed items that were approved.
So it doesn't need to be voted. I just want to
No.
make sure that everything was official. Okay.
No, it was highlighted for discussion versus
Thank you.
pulled from the report.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, August, sounds good. This is our second opportunity, please, for public comment. A member of the public may address the board briefly for up to 3 minutes or request to be scheduled on the agenda of a future meeting. We have a local citizen, Cheng Ming Feng, if you would like, oh, you're ready. And you remember Secretary Jones will show the yellow card at 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And so you can complete your thought, and red is.
3 minutes?
You get 3 minutes.
Okay, should
All right.
I do?
Yes, if you can push it so you see the green light, you're ready to go whenever you are.
Green light on.
Cheng Ming Fan, local entrepreneur, local residents, and the initiator of the project SALT. Some of you probably already have read some new update. I can give to you new copies anytime. Very excited and highly educated, encouraged tonight by wonderful presentation, and really feel happy that new platform set up. Saline schools have new future, and I'm going to be support everything you do, and please again use me at your disposal. My ID as sub teacher is 649962. I love to sub here rather than in Saline. One of the reasons is my home. Secondly is because you are all wonderful. And I see the hope. American education system has a problem, okay? Which is, to some degree, as parents complain, everything's so perfect, but a lot of things is way behind the rest of the world, especially developing country, China, where I came from. However, because of the hard work, Saline Star foresees the 9 civility access. Finally, I found it, Dr. Lars. I couldn't find it. I see it today. That is the North Star. And also, as my friend last time talked about this, is creativity is pointing to the east. And also, I want to echo Mr. McVeigh just mentioned about that. There's one thing we have to keep this balance about academic achievement and extracurriculum, which is teach the student to be full. That's why I'm here. I think it is very, very important to understand that. We're lacking of that as who we were as American. That's why the SALT project is about. Saline Area Light Tower. I present it to the city. I'm going to present it more and more. New version come out. What I hope, like you guys just started, let's do it together. DIT. Do it together. American had glorious past. DIY. Do it yourself. Physically, but do it yourself. But actually, American is do it yourself. Mr. McVeigh, probably the best person can tell that 3D printing that time, 1.5 miles to the Ford Museum. And that time, how many minutes, seconds? So I hope that we should really continue our glorious legacy and move on to new horizon. Again, use me at your disposal and fully support everything. And thank you.
Thank you.
You did.
All right, thank you, sir. Our next meeting, the next Board of Education meeting will be held on August 9th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. I'd like to now entertain a motion, please, to enter closed session of the Board of Education at 9:23 p.m. with intent to re-enter open session at approximately 10:30 p.m. for the purpose of, and we did switch this, first, superintendent evaluation under Section 8A, and second, for a school board to consider security planning to address existing threats or prevent potential threats to the safety of the students and staff under Section 8K.
So moved.
Jenny, thank you. Second? Michael, second, thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 7-0. We are in closed session. If we could have all mics off and have everyone. Okay, we are returning from closed session. There was a motion made, McVeigh, second, Miller, to re-enter open session of the regular Board of Education meeting at 11:08 p.m. I'd like to please entertain a motion to adjourn the Board of Education meeting of July 12, 2022 at 11:10 p.m.
So moved.
Brad, thank you.
Support Miller.
Jenny, thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 7-0. We are adjourned.